through while Hans swatted at the bats that still spiraled down from above. "Good job," Crow said in Hans' ear, his voice low and amused. "Very creative. Now make them go away." He followed up with the charm, spoken through Hans' lips. The heaving sea of rodents drained away into the walls as though someone had pulled a stopper plug. Moments later, Han and Dancer were alone in the bell tower, surrounded on 3 sides by a thorn hedge, ringed by rat corpses. Han's heart pounded, his shirt soaked with sweat. He slid down the wall until his backside hit the stone floor. Crow whispered in his ear again, "Tomorrow night, midnight, same place. And please, build up a little more power in your amulet next time. We have lots to do, and we need to work fast." And then he was gone. "Hunts alone?" Dancer knelt next to him. "What in the name of Hannalea's blood and bones was that all about?" Hans scraped his damp hair off his forehead and sat thinking until his breathing steadied and his heart slowed. He looked up at Dancer and smiled. "I think I know how to solve our burglar problem," he said. Chapter 19. Caught in the Act. The spidery diagram swam on the page, and Race's eyes practically crossed as she forced herself to focus. Earthwork fortifications used against pirates along the Indio after the breaking. She faced yet another test in history of warfare. At least the term is almost over, she thought. Pushing her book aside, she glanced around. It was almost dinner time, but the common room was empty, save for her. This was Eamon's only night free of obligations. Raisa meant to intercept him and have an actual conversation. He'd been less available than ever these past few weeks, almost furtive. Speaking of furtive, lifting the blotter, Raisa pulled a few scribbled pages from underneath and reviewed what was left there. "Mother, please know that I am well and safe, and I hope this finds you well also. I know you were under considerable pressure in the days leading up to my name day, and that you truly believed that a marriage to Micah Bayar was the best way to keep me safe." After reading it over, Raisa scratched through "a marriage to Micah Bayar" and substituted "the marriage you had planned for me." That way, if the letter fell into the wrong hands, it might have been from any daughter or son who fled an unwanted marriage. "I beg you to consider that what seems safest may turn out to be most dangerous. It may be that the danger you saw coming was the marriage itself, a danger to me and a danger to you as well. I long to come home and present my case in person if we can find a way to do that safely. I will get this letter into my father's hands somehow and hope that he will get it to you. If that should happen, please keep it among us 3. There has been one attempt on his life already. If we begin a dialogue, Perhaps we can work out a way for me to come home, which is what I want most in the world. Though it may be selfish, I can't help but hope that you are missing me as I am missing you. Please know that I love you, and while love may not be sufficient to heal the breach between us, it's a place to start. Hallie and Talia came stomping down the stairs, and Raisa pushed the letter into her carry-bag. "You coming to dinner?" Hallie asked. "I hear it's ham and cabbage." "I'll wait for Corporal Byrne," Raisa said, "and walk over with him." Hallie and Talia looked at each other. "I'm not sure he's coming to dinner," Hallie said, rubbing the side of her nose with her forefinger. "I think he has plans." "Plans?" "Come with us," Talia urged. "We'll go out somewhere after. Don't be a hermit." Some undercurrent in their speech set Raisa's teeth on edge. "I'll be over in a few minutes," she said lightly. "Save me some ham." They walked out the door with many backward looks, their faces set and anxious. A few minutes later, Eamon descended the stairs. He wore his dress blues, with creases in his trousers, and his hair neatly combed off his forehead. He nearly stumbled when he saw Raisa, but kept his feet and continued to the bottom. "Hello, Eamon," Raisa said. "You're looking handsome." He looked down at himself, then tugged at the hem of his uniform jacket to straighten it. "Right. Well, thank you." Raisa pushed up out of her chair and went and stood in front of him. "I hoped we could go to dinner together, maybe have a chance to talk. I never see you anymore." He stood frozen, like a schoolboy caught out in a prank, his gray eyes fixed on her face. "We're both busy, Ray. It stands to reason that we wouldn't—" "Let's go to dinner, then," Raisa said, taking his hands in hers. He swallowed hard, the long column of his throat jumping. "I can't. I have something I need to do." Raisa's instincts screamed that persistence would lead to heartbreak, but she couldn't help herself. "I'll come with you, then, and after, maybe we—" "No," he said. "Not tonight. We can't." He looked as miserable as she'd ever seen him. "But it's your only night off." Raisa knew she sounded desperate and didn't care. He nodded. "I know. I'm sorry," he whispered, his face pale and strained. Raisa cast about for something, anything that might change his mind, that might make him stay. "Well," she said, swallowing down the dull ache of longing, "then take this with you, and think of me." She kissed her first 2 fingers, then, standing on tiptoes, reached up and pressed them against his lips. Seizing her wrist, he pressed her hand against his cheek, smooth from recent shaving. He closed his eyes, took 2 shuddering breaths, and let her go. "Goodbye, Raisa," he said, his voice thick and unfamiliar. "Go on to dinner. I'll be back late." And he was gone. Raisa stood frozen for a heartbeat, then grabbed her cloak and slipped out the door, following after him. "Risky enough. I can't follow him in there." But Eamon stepped onto the stone walk that led to the temple school, turning off to the entrance at the far right. In front of the heavy wooden door, he paused long enough to take a swipe at his hair, then raised the knocker and let it fall with a clatter. Raisa had remained on the main walk, off at an angle, so she couldn't see who came to the door. But Eamon bowed at the waist and extended the flowers. Then he stepped inside, closing the door behind him. For a long moment, Raisa stood frozen on the walk, unsure what to do next. The broad porch was crowded with dedicates and students, so she couldn't very well go up and listen at the door. But perhaps if she circled around... Fortunately, the ground floor was lined with tall windows and glass doors, spilling light into every room. Raisa crept along the perimeter of the building, between the shrubbery and the foundation, peering into every window. Though some were probably at dinner, Raisa saw dedicates and students reading, relaxing, doing stitchery, painting, playing instruments, and the like. This is what everyone had intended for me, Raisa thought, fingering her dun-colored uniform tunic. In the rear was a parlor, a cheerful fire in the fireplace, and trays of cookies and sandwiches set out on tables. Eamon was there, sitting in a chair by the fireplace, his back very straight, his hands on his knees. Across from him sat a girl in temple dress, dark-skinned and pretty, with masses of long, curly hair, a Southern Islander. She clutched the nosegay in one hand, and every so often she raised it to her nose and took a sniff. Two other couples shared the room, and a rosy-faced dedicate sat in a far corner, keeping an eye on the young lovers. Eamon's face was in profile, but Raisa could see the girl's shy smile and her large, dark eyes, and hear the murmur of their conversation. Any fool could see that the girl was in love with Eamon Byrne. Raisa's eyes burned with hot tears. Was this possible? Honest, straightforward Eamon Byrne was cheating on her? She tried to ignore the voice in her head that said it wasn't cheating if there hadn't been a relationship to begin with. But you don't lie to your friends, Raisa said to herself defensively. He'd gone out of his way to hide this from her. And then, as if in a bad dream that turns into a nightmare, she saw Eamon stiffen, squaring his shoulders under the blue wool. He slowly turned his head so that he was looking right at Raisa. For a long moment she was petrified, unable to move, and they stared at each other. Then, cheeks flaming, she dropped below the windowsill and scrambled backward like a crab out of the shrubbery. She stood upright and fled toward the front of the building. She'd gone only a few yards when a hand closed tightly around her upper arm, jerking her sideways. Raisa twisted around to face another Southern Islander in temple dress, this one as unlikely a candidate as she'd ever seen. The multiple piercings in her nose and ears were pegged with silver. She clutched a wicked-looking knife in her free hand. Even worse, she looked oddly familiar. "Who you spying on, dirtbag?" The girl gave Raisa a little shake. Nobody," Raisa said, trying to pull free. "Let go. That hurts. I want to know who you are and what you—" The blade-wielding temple student's eyes narrowed in recognition. "I know you," she said. "I've seen you someplace." "That's not surprising. I go to school here, too," Raisa said, grabbing at dignity with both hands. "I just wanted to see what it's like in the temple." "You're from the Fells," the dedicate said, avidly studying Raisa's face. Then her eyes widened in astonishment. "You was the girlie with Cuffs Alistair. You the one walked into Southbridge guardhouse after the Raggers." It was Cat Tyburn, the street lord who had replaced Cuffs as leader of the Raggers, Alistair's former girlfriend. It was no wonder Raisa hadn't recognized her at first. Cat looked different, almost cared for, like a weedy, thorny garden that some gifted gardener had taken on. Her eyes were brilliantly clear, not cloudy like before, and she'd put on weight. What was she doing at Odin's Ford? "I don't know what you're talking about," Raisa said. Her mind flashed to her sighting of Cuffs Alistair by the stables. Could there be a connection? It didn't matter. She had to get away. In desperation, she rammed her fist into Cat's middle, hoping she wouldn't get her own throat cut in the process. Fortunately, Cat was distracted and hadn't seen the blow coming. She crumpled, dropping the knife. Raisa took off running again, this time clearing the temple close and the quad, and turning onto Bridge Street. She ran like she was being pursued by demons. Chapter 20. Star-Crossed. Raisa ran all the way to Grendel Hall. She charged through the common room, drawing puzzled stares from Mick and Garrett, who were playing cards, and Talia and Hallie, who hadn't gone out after all. She loped up the stairs, into her room, slammed the door, and flopped face down on her bed. A few minutes later, she heard the door open softly. "Rebecca?" It was Talia. "Go away," Raisa said into her pillow, wishing she had a room to herself, wishing she were a princess again so she could order people around. Of course, Talia didn't go away, but came and sat on the side of the bed. "I thought you were going out," Raisa muttered. "We decided not to," Talia said, stroking Raisa's hair. "Did you follow him?" Raisa nodded, her face still pressed into the pillow. "How long have you known he was seeing someone?" "A while. He hasn't kept it a secret." "From anyone but me," Raisa finished. She wished she could disappear. Was it that obvious she was in love with Eamon? How could she ever face any of them again? Talia pressed her hands into Raisa's shoulders, digging deep into the muscles, working free the knots. "He didn't want to hurt you." "I see. So he discussed it with the triple, and you all agreed that—" "No. Talia's hands stilled themselves. "It wasn't like that at all. He's not a very good liar, and he's so bloody honorable. He's been absolutely miserable, if you haven't noticed." Raisa could hear the love in Talia's voice. Every member of the Grey Wolves loved Eamon Byrne. They had that in common. The door opened and closed again, and Raisa twitched irritably. "There now," Talia said. "Hallie's brought you some tea, is all." "I'll get you something stronger if you'd like," Hallie said. "I got some brandy will put you out like a doused candle." Raisa shook her head. She needed a clear mind. "We didn't know what had been between you," Talia went on, "or if any promises had been made, but None, Raisa said bitterly. There was nothing. We were friends, that's all. I used to think I was good at reading people, probably tell. Her father is military. He's a mercenary in the Fells. He's one of the few stripers in the regular army that my father trusts. How did you meet her? Raisa asked. My father and her father set it up. They thought we would be well matched. It sounded like they were a pair of carriage horses. Well, Raisa said, nodding, she is tall. Stop it, Ray, Eamon said. I'm not apologizing for seeing her. I'm apologizing for keeping it a secret from you. You can beat on me all you want, but leave her out of it. She's sweet and hard-working and well-read. She's an excellent harpist, very talented, and she's great with horses. She's lived in a military family all her life, so she'll understand what that's like, that my first duty is to the guard. Then it hit Raisa like a fist in the face. Her heart began to pound so hard that it seemed Eamon must be able to hear it. You intend to marry her, she whispered. He nodded, his gaze fixed on the floor. Mr. Love, that's why they call us witches and harlots in the South. Eamon closed his eyes, his lashes dark against his sun-roughened skin. His hands tightened on hers. Your Highness, please don't say things you'll regret later. I don't want things to be awkward between us. No, Raisa said. I think I'd regret not saying them, and things are already as awkward as they can be. She paused, and when he said nothing, went on. So, I know that I should make a political marriage, one that benefits the Fells and the line, but it's a new day. The Fells has never sent a princess heir to Odin's Ford. Here I'm learning to let go of old ideas and embrace new ones. There has to be a way to make it work. Make what work? He whispered, like a dying man who exposes his throat, waiting for the killing stroke. I love you, she said simply. I'm asking you to marry me. Raisa couldn't have said what kind of response she expected, but not an expression of mingled desire, grief, and despair. You don't understand, Eamon whispered, shaking his head. I can't. We can't. I know we're young, she said quickly. I didn't want to marry so soon either, but if we marry, that takes a marriage to Micah Bayar off the table. We can go back to the Fells together, and that will stifle talk of putting Melanie on the throne. I think the people would welcome a marriage to a native-born rather than a foreigner. The clans especially would welcome a Byrne. They respected Eamon's father, Eden Byrne, and the Byrnes weren't magical or beholden to a foreign power. It made so much sense she had to make him see it. It was what she wanted, and practical, too. But Eamon just stared down at his boots. I know there are obstacles, Raisa said quickly. My mother won't approve. Maybe your father feels the same way, but we can win them over. You could learn to love me, she thought. I'll teach you. It's not that simple, Eamon said, gently withdrawing his hands from her grasp. I'm not free to marry you. Raisa's heart stuttered. What do you mean you're not free? A terrible thought crowded into her mind. Do you mean because you're already betrothed? She fixed on the gold ring on his left hand, similar to her own. No, he said. I'm not betrothed. He twisted the ring, sliding it up and down on his finger. Is it my turn? Can I speak now? She nodded, even though she had a terrible feeling she wouldn't like what he had to say. You know that the office of Captain of the Queen's Guard is a legacy title in my family, he said, by Hannalea's decree 1,000 years ago. Raisa nodded. Legacy titles weren't unusual, though more common among the nobility than the military. It typically goes to the firstborn of each generation. The successor is selected by the previous captain to serve the new queen when she ascends to the throne. He paused, as if waiting for a response from Reza, but she said nothing. "I've been chosen to serve as your captain," he said. "Da and I discussed it before we came south." "Oh," Reza said. "Well then." Now she thought about it, she couldn't imagine anyone else she'd rather have by her side. "That's wonderful news," she said. "Why didn't you say anything before?" "Well, it's unusual to select a captain before the Princess Heir takes the throne. It's threatening to the current queen. She might worry that the Princess Heir, in collusion with her personal guard, will try to take the throne early." "Oh," Reza said. "Well, I suppose once the choice is made, it can't be undone save by death of either party. That's another reason to wait until the princess is crowned queen." Where do all these rules come from that I never heard of? Reza wondered. Just one more example of information that should have been passed to her by Queen Mariana. Still, it seemed that Aemon was straying off topic. "But why are you telling me this now? The role of captain of the Queen's Guard works with the role of consort. It makes a lot of sense if we could just persuade—" "It's not just a legacy. There's a magical piece," Aemon said. "A magical piece?" Reza shivered, her skin pebbling as if a draft had come in through the window. "What do you mean?" "Well, you know how the High Wizard is linked to the Queen of the Fells so that he or she can't do anything contradictory to the interests of the Grey Wolf line?" "Of course," Reza said. "Though something seems to have gone amiss with our current High Wizard," she added darkly. "The captains are linked too," Aemon said. "There's a ceremony with a speaker presiding. Once the link is made, it's permanent. It prevents treason and assures the captain's commitment to the survival of the line." Reza struggled not to gape. The Byrnes were the most unmagical people she knew. They always seemed like the plain-spoken voice of reason against the drama of wizardry, the hard-wired sorcery of the clans, and the seductive words of the speakers. Being linked to Aemon could only be a good thing, right? Was it possible they could be bound any tighter than they already were? "So you'll undergo this linking ceremony when I become queen?" Reza asked. Aemon shook his head. "It's already done. Before I left the Fells, my Da thought I should, since you were leaving the Fells and passing through a war zone, and because, like you said, there may be a magical threat against the sovereignty of the current queen." He held up his left hand, showing her the ring on his middle finger. She focused on the wolves circling the heavy gold band. "I'm already bound to you, Reza. For good. Forever." Something in his expression told her this was a mixed blessing. Reza tried to swallow down her astonishment. "Did you really need to hold the ceremony early?" she asked. "The last thing I want is for people to think I'm plotting against my own mother, and I don't see why your father thought he had to prevent your turning traitor on me." "Well, there are advantages. Sometimes I can predict what you're going to do and anticipate danger to you in time to prevent it. I can sense where you are, in an imperfect way." A memory came to her. That day in the western spirits when they'd been attacked by Sloat and his renegades. She'd stood hidden in the woods, watching Eamon work out with his staff. He'd turned as if he'd sensed her presence and said, "Ray?" And earlier today, when she'd been spying in the window, he'd turned and looked at her. It was suddenly hot in the upstairs room. Raisa slid off her bed and went to throw open the shutters, then came and sat down on the edge of the hearth. "Well, thank you for telling me this. Finally. I still don't see how it relates to—" "A match between us is a danger to the line," Eamon said. "That's how it relates." That's not true," Raisa stammered. "It can't be." And then, when he said nothing, added, "What makes you think so?" "Ever since the ceremony, if we kiss, or if I'm tempted to—" He threw up his hands. "I'm warned away. Prevented." "Warned away? You mean by magic?" "Yes." "What happens?" Raisa asked sarcastically. "Does lightning strike, or—" "I feel sick and dizzy. Then excruciating pain. I feel faint. And I have to stop." He shrugged. "When has this happened?" Raisa asked. "Well, that time on the road, when we were sharing a tent and you, rolled onto me. And then when we kissed, right before Sloat and his bunch showed up." Thinking back, she remembered Eamon's response both times. He'd actually looked ill, pale and perspiring, gasping for breath. "How do you know it's not your own scruples at work?" Raisa said. "Maybe it's not the line at risk, but the vaunted Byrne honor. You know that love between us is forbidden, so—" "You think I'm lying?" Eamon drew his dark brows together. "You think this is some kind of scheme to put you off?" "If you are, there's an easier way," Raisa said. "Just tell me you don't love me, and I'll let the matter drop." "What?" "What I said. Just say, 'Ray, I don't love you, and I never will.' It's that simple." "Raisa, this is getting us nowhere." "Say it." Eamon raked his hand over his head, and his hair flopped back down on his forehead. Pushing up from his seat, he began pacing back and forth. "Well?" Eamon kept pacing, like a fox in a box trap. "Will you sit down? You're making me edgy." Eamon came back and sat down next to her. Staring down at the floor, he mumbled, "I can't say it." "Why not?" "Because it's not true." He looked up at her, tears pooling in his eyes, his voice ragged and barely audible. "I do love you, Ray. I wish I didn't, but I do. Are you satisfied? Does that make it better or worse?" Raisa was momentarily speechless. "Oh," she finally said in a small voice. They sat side by side, but not touching, lost in their own thoughts. Across the river, the temple tower clock bonged once. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Raisa said through numb lips. Eamon rubbed away tears with his thumb and forefinger. "About the magical barrier, or about loving you?" "Well, Both. No one ever tells the queens about the magical part, Eamon said. Only Hanalea knew, because she started it. Though we link to an individual, we're really linking to the line. Eamon shifted his gaze to Raysa. There may be times that we act against the interest of an individual queen to preserve the line. Which would make him a traitor of sorts to an individual queen, Raysa thought. Why did you tell me then? Raysa asked. After all these generations? Well, as you said, a new day, Eamon said. We're both breaking the rules, but mostly because you're so bloody persistent. I thought if I ignored you and avoided you, you'd give up and find someone else. I won't accept this, Raysa said. There has to be a way around it. You're not allowed to marry someone you don't love. I forbid it. I have to marry, Your Highness, and so do you. To continue the bloody line, Raysa thought. What about Lydia? She's married. She doesn't have children yet, Eamon said. There's no one in the next generation to take over when I... Raysa's breath caught in her throat as the realization struck her. She turned to glare at Eamon. Your father did this on purpose, to keep us apart. He knew we'd be traveling together to Odin's Ford, and he knew the temptation would be too great. Eamon's eyes said yes, even though he didn't say it aloud. Whatever he did it for the line, Eamon said. That's what he's committed to, more than family, more than anything else. I hate your father, Raysa said through stiff lips. I'll never, never, ever forgive him. He had no blood of the demon, he whispered. He raised his arms, covering his throat as if to ward off unseen attackers. Eamon! Raysa knelt beside him, pressing her hand to his forehead. It was clammy and cold, pebbled with sweat. No, Eamon said, turning his head from side to side, dislodging her hand. I'm sorry. Don't touch me. Please. Raysa snatched her hand away, and Eamon doubled up in misery, moaning. Sweet Hanalea, forgive me, he cried, his face contorted in agony, tears seeping from the corners of his eyes. Convulsions rolled through him like waves breaking on a steep shoreline. Sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry. Raysa ran and pulled her pillow from the bed and tucked it behind him so he wouldn't smash against the brick hearth. She covered him with her cloak, because now he seemed to be shivering. Gradually, the seizure eased. Eamon's body relaxed, his eyes fluttered shut, and he slept. Raysa put another log on the grate and sat with her back to the fire, close to Eamon but not touching him, watching him sleep. She felt cold and numb except for a dull ache under her breastbone, and her eyes were finally dry. The new dawn found the princess heir awake, exhausted, and completely empty of dreams. Chapter 21. A Vermin Problem. A few weeks after Han's first meeting with Abelard's group, Han and Dancer walked back to the dormitory after supper. Dancer sat down at his work table and opened up one of Firesmith's books. Spools of gold wire, bars of silver, and semi-precious stones surrounded him. He'd spent a trunkload of money on flash materials. It was good they'd managed to sell off their trade goods at the markets. Han pulled out his journal and looked over the notes he'd scribbled down from his sessions with Crow. He didn't want to be caught unprepared. He wished he could take notes in the dream world and carry them back with him. Maybe he'd ask Crow about it. You meeting with Crow again? Dancer asked, reeling wire off spools and braiding it together. He made no attempt to hide his disapproval. I don't have a choice, Han said. I'm learning a lot. You know that. Han always shared what he learned with Dancer. If any of it works, Dancer said. Those charms you used on the Bayars, has anything come of that? Han shrugged. I haven't heard anything, but at least I got in and out of their rooms without a hitch. He'd waited until Darkman's hour, then ghosted down to the second floor. Disabling their protective charms using Crow's instructions, he slipped into their rooms and took hair clippings in order to anchor his charms to them. I'd think between your regular classes and what you're getting from Abelard, you'd have more than enough to do, Dancer said. You must be stuffed full of knowledge by now. You should talk, Han said, gesturing at Dancer's project. You spend all your spare time on Flash and hold up with Firesmith. At least I know who Firesmith is, Dancer said, and I don't have to go to Edeon to meet with him. He shook his head. I hope you know what you're doing. Just then they heard someone clumping up the stairs. Blevins, Han said. Dancer tossed a blanket over his metalsmithing equipment. The dorm master's head and shoulders appeared in the open stairwell. He glared around, struggling to catch his breath. One good thing about being on the fourth floor was that Blevins never came up there unless he absolutely had to. What's all this furniture doing on the landing? He demanded, waving at the little common area they'd created. We're airing it out, Dancer said. Humph, Blevins grunted. They aren't filled with vermin, are they? Vermin? Dancer raised his eyebrows. Why do you ask? Seems we have a vermin problem on the second floor, Blevins said. 3 of the rooms is infested with rats and mice. Every time I think we got them cleared out, a whole flood shows up again. They must be coming from somewhere. It can't just be 3 rooms, Han said, careful not to look at Dancer. You see one mouse, you know you got a problem everywhere. Them boys must be doing something to attract them, is all I can say, Blevins muttered. I moved them into different rooms while I was trying to smoke 'em out of theirs, and the critters followed 'em like a swarm of bees. Who? Dancer asked Blevins, with a puzzled frown. What boys? Newling Bayar and the Mander brothers. They been trouble from the day they moved in, always demanding this and that, never satisfied. Now this. Before you know it, we'll be infested, Han said, making a face. If they're the cause, couldn't you move them out of this dormitory? Blevins rubbed his chin. Well, there's some rooms opened up elsewhere, now some newlings have washed out. I'd love to be rid of them. But who'd take 'em? Maybe you don't have to mention their, problem, Han said. Dancer still wore his traitor face, though the corners of his mouth twitched. I'd sleep better if I knew they were gone, he said. I can't abide mice and rats. The next day, Han returned to Hampton to find Micah and his cousins in the process of moving out of the dormitory. Han paused at the edge of the quad and watched. Even at that distance, he could see that Arcada and Miphis were covered in large red pustules, as if they'd caught some virulent disease. Micah's complexion was clean and clear, however. Han smiled at their predictability. When Micah spotted Han, he set down his belongings and strode toward him, his cloak kiting behind him. Han broadened his stance and waited, arms folded. I'm moving out, Micah said. We've arranged better quarters elsewhere. I see that, Han said. He nodded toward the Mander brothers. Please, take the vermin with you. Micah flushed angrily. Leontis managed to disable whatever hedge witch hex you used. He said he'd never seen anything like it. I went to the dean and told her you had to be behind it, and she demanded proof. She wouldn't take your word for it. Han shook his head. I'm amazed. Instead of expelling you, Abelard warned me not to touch you, Micah said. She said that if you came to any harm, I would be expelled. What did you tell her? Why would she side with you? Han shrugged. Maybe she doesn't think I'm capable of hexing you, being gutter-whelped and all. At least I fight my own battles, Alistair, Micah said. Really? And exactly why did you go cackling to the dean? Han gestured toward the poxy Manders, who stood well out of reach, staring at them. You didn't send your cousins on an errand last night while Dancer and I were out? They look, I don't know, guilty to me. Maybe they won't be so eager to follow orders next time. Do you think this is some kind of joke? Micah said. Whatever you're trying to accomplish, you can't win. I'm not joking, Han said. I am absolutely serious, and I am going to win. It seemed like Bayar was going to say more, but he looked up and saw Cat walking across the quad toward them. Turning on his heel, Micah strode back to the dormitory, retrieved his belongings, and followed his cousins. Cat grabbed Han's arm. What happened? She demanded, her fingers biting into Han's flesh. What did Bayar want? What did he say? He's moving out, Han said, seeing no reason to get into it. That's all. He smiled at her. How was your recital? He asked. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. It doesn't matter, Cat said, gazing after Micah. None of it does. Someone else. I know what I'm doing, Han said. I just need them to stay out of my way. Crow folded his arms. You can't afford to be fastidious. It's not that, Han wanted to say. I've killed before, and it was up close and personal and messy and necessary. I didn't leave a magical trap for my enemies that hushed them clean and neat when I was far away. When Han didn't respond, Crow went on. They ain't going to ever leave you alone, you know, as long as you hold the amulet. And when the Bayars murder you, it ain't gonna be my fault. I'm looking for a teacher, all right, Han said, irritated by Crow's needling. But it isn't that easy to find one. He didn't want anyone at Mistwork to know he was taking blue blood lessons. It wasn't like he had any real friends beyond Dancer and Cat. To change the subject, Han said, What do you know about the armory of the gifted kings? Crow gazed at Han, expressionless. Why do you ask? He said, finally. We talked about it in class. Do you think it actually existed? Crow shrugged, fussing with his double-buttoned cuffs. I'm convinced that it once existed. Whether it still does is open to question. Some people say the Bayars have it, Han said. Some people are fools, Crow said. If the Bayars held the armory, there would be no opposing them. I think they're looking for it, Han said, watching for Crow's reaction. Crow's gaze flicked to Han's amulet, then back to his face. If so, we'd better hope they don't find it, he said. You're Abelard, Han said suddenly, hoping to take Crow by surprise. Aren't you? That was his latest theory, and it made sense. Abelard was faculty, she was full of learning, and wondered, could it possibly be worse than what they did to me? Crow might be bitter, but he was also focused, determined, persistent, brilliant, hard-working, thorough, and incredibly knowledgeable. Crow still sometimes crowded into Han's head without permission to demonstrate some difficult bit of spell work. It may have been convenient for Crow, but it left Han feeling invaded. Crow often did it when Han was nearly drained of power. Sometimes after their sessions, Han felt like he'd been drinking turtled cider. There were huge holes in his memory, time passing that he couldn't account for. He felt as though his mind had been trampled and reshaped. I've got to find out how to keep him out of my head, Han decided. But it was unlikely that Crow would show him that trick. They always met in the same place, the Mistwork Hall bell tower. Dancer had kept watch for Han the first few times, but Han had shooed him off after that. Dancer had his own work to do. He couldn't be sitting up every night holding Han's hand. Han found a new crib among the dusty stacks high in Bayar Library, where they kept texts and records so old and strange that no one ever used them. He set up a back room with a pallet and dragged a table up from 3 floors below. It was easier to get to than Mistwork Tower, and he didn't have to worry about the bell ringers stumbling across his empty body. It amused him to lay claim to a bit of Bayar Library. 3 or 4 nights a week, Han slipped away to his hideaway, crossed into Edion, and worked like a slave until his amulet was totally drained. It posed a problem, since his daytime classes required power. It was all he could do to replenish his flash between late-night sessions. Griffin never missed an opportunity to take a poke at him when his depleted amulet failed to produce. Crow seemed to have unlimited energy. Of course he did. His class. Again. As if to answer his question, the bells in Mistwork Tower began to sound. Bong, bong, bong. He counted to 8. Bones. He was in trouble. He didn't have time to pick his way across the roofs. He barreled down the narrow staircases, circling around and around to the ground floor. Fortunately, there was no proficient on duty yet. He plowed through the front doors and smashed right into Fiona Bayar, nearly knocking her to the ground. He grabbed hold of her arm to keep her upright. Sorry, I didn't see you. Ma'am was right, he thought. You are demon-cursed. Fiona was nearly as tall as Han, so she looked him straight in the eyes. Just because you're late to class, Alistair, doesn't mean you can run people over, she said. She looked down at his hand on her arm, and he let go quickly. Han jerked his head toward Mistwork Hall. Come on, we're late as is. What were you doing in the library? She asked. Getting an early start on my reading. The library isn't even open yet. That way it's nice and quiet. Han began walking, not looking back to see if she was following. Your face is improved, Fiona said, trotting to catch up. When he said nothing, she persisted. The sling is gone, so I assume your broken arm is healed? Collarbone, actually, Han said. It gave him twinges now and then. What exactly happened? She asked as they entered Mistwork Hall. I tripped on the stairs. Fiona snorted. No, really, he said. Ask your brother. They mounted the steps to the lecture hall. That should never have happened, Fiona said. My brother doesn't always think things through. Han grabbed the rail to keep from stumbling. Was she saying she was... Han wet his lips. He hadn't opened Kinley, in fact. He'd been up all night with Crow. "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "I haven't read it." "No?" Griffin raised an eyebrow. He scribbled something on a piece of paper, folded it, and pushed it to the front of the lectern. "You are excused from this class for the balance of the term. Please take this note to Dean Abelard's office, 5th floor." Dean Abelard's office was 3 floors up from the lecture hall. Han dragged his feet all the way like a small child sent for a whipping. He'd seen the dean in their study group week after week, but he'd avoided any more one-on-ones with her. Of all his classes, Griffin's was the one he wanted to stay in. Charms, spell work, use of amulets. Aside from Abelard's study group, it seemed in line with his purposes. He was learning from Crow, but he didn't want to have to rely on him for his magical education. He wanted to go beyond defense and killing charms. When the proficient ushered him into Abelard's office, the dean was finishing up a bit of correspondence. "Sit, Alistair," she said, waving him to a chair. He sat. Abelard sat back in her chair, resting her hands on the edge of the desk. "Well, what is it this time? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" He handed her the note. "Master Griffin booted me from class for being late." Abelard scanned the note. "I see. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" "I was late. I overslept." She dropped the note on the desk. "I understand that your attendance in class has become erratic. You are constantly late, and yet your performance on examinations and practica is far superior than that of your peers. How do you explain that?" Han shrugged. "I work hard. That's why I overslept. I was up late." "Then you arrive in class exhausted, your amulet nearly depleted," Abelard said. "I try to load it up. Maybe I'm just not all that powerful." Han looked down at the desk. "Perhaps you're not being challenged in your classes?" Abelard tapped her fingers against Griffin's note. "No, that ain't it. I get a lot out of Griffin's class. I meant to be on time. I just miscalculated." "Who else are you working with, Alistair?" Abelard said softly. "Is someone mentoring you?" Han conjured a puzzled look. "My teachers are the same as everyone else's. Griffin, Leontis, Firesmith." "Don't lie to me," the dean said, eyes glittering. "I have the power to make your life very, very difficult." "I read a lot," Han said. "Ask anyone. I'm always in the library." He looked up at her. "If I'm going to play Bravo for you, I need to study up if I want to stay alive." They gazed at each other for a long moment, and Abelard looked away first. "Would you like me to rescind Master Griffin's order?" she asked, pulling a pot of ink toward her and picking up a pen. Han shook his head. "No, thanks." Abelard tilted her head. "Why not?" "Griffin's right," he said. "I can't be late to class all the time. It was fair, what Griffin did, even if I don't like it." Abelard leaned forward. "If you're concerned that Master Griffin will be angry if I intervene, let me assure you that—" "But I would like to come back to class in the spring term," Han interrupted. "Maybe you can put in a word for me on that." "Of course," she said, making a note. Good. Han smiled. Is there anything else? He made as if to get to his feet. I want you to teach the study group next term, Abelard said abruptly. The topic will be travel to Edeon. Bones. Dean Abelard, I don't think that's... Abelard raised her hand to stop his speech. I understand that your success may be due to your amulet. Still, I would like you to coach the other members of the circle. If even a few of us can master the technique, it would be most useful for communication throughout the 7 realms. One day soon we may have better tools in our arsenal. It's a waste of time, Han protested. Master Griffin's already covered that, and likely everyone in the study group has tried it. I'm not giving you a choice, Abelard said. You'll have plenty of time to prepare, but be ready in the spring. Han stuffed down more arguments and nodded. All right. Abelard still gazed at him, tapping her long fingernails on the desk blotter. Alistair, you are difficult to read. Clearly you carry wizard blood. You look like a pureblood. You haven't mentioned your father. Is it possible your mother coupled with— No, Han said, suddenly desperate to get out of her presence. It ain't possible. My father was a soldier, and he died in Arden. He stood. If there's nothing else. That's all. Abelard dismissed him with a wave of her hand. What happened with Dean Abelard? Dancer asked. I'm out of Griffin's class till end of term, Han said. That's just another week. She'll get me back in for spring. Dancer nodded. Could be worse. It is worse, Han thought. His head ached and swirled with worry. If you slept at Hampton, I could make sure you got up, Dancer offered. It ain't your job to nanny me, Han growled. He felt as fragile as a pane of glass, shattered into shards that no longer fit together. I'm your friend, Dancer said, matching Han's longer strides. It's my job to help you if I can, like you would help me. Han sighed. I'm sorry, you're right. Thank you. Maybe we can try that after winter break. Kat was waiting for them in front of the dining hall. 2 or 3 times a week, at least, Han ate lunch with Kat and Dancer. At first he'd felt like a referee, deflecting Kat's digs and insults. But that died down as Kat realized that slinging slurs at Dancer was unsatisfying. They just slid off him. Kat seemed to be thriving. She'd stopped displaying her knives on the outside of her tunic, though Han knew she still had some hidden away. Her eyes were clear of turtleweed and razor leaf and the effects of too much drink. I'm glad we convinced her to come here, Han thought. Whatever else happens, that's one thing I did right. Just now, Kat was all crinkle-faced, as if she had a secret she was bursting to tell, or a question she was dying to ask, but couldn't decide how to spring it. They carried their plates over and sat at their usual table by the window. Han didn't have the energy to pry it out of her, so he ate his meal in silence, rubbing his forehead with the heel of his hand. And Dancer wouldn't ask. He pretended not to notice, though there wasn't much he didn't notice about Kat. Instead, he launched into a long description of the talisman he was making with Master Firesmith, something that would protect a dwelling from flame. Kat rolled her eyes and looked at Han, as if hoping to change the subject. What's wrong with you? I've been booted from Griffin's class for the rest of the term, Han said. That's it? Kat squinted at Han, as if she didn't believe him. Han shrugged. That's why I'm here, to learn wizardry. I thought maybe your blue-blood girlie broke your heart, Kat said, smirking. This caught Han's attention. He looked up at Kat. What blue-blood girlie? Well, I knew you was walking out with someone, because you're out nearly every night, leaving me with this copperhead all the time. She jerked her head toward Dancer. Last night, I finally figured out who it was. Who? Han asked, mystified. He glanced at Dancer, who looked just as puzzled. Rebecca, Kat said triumphantly. Rebecca who? Kat gave him a, "This is me, remember?" kind of look. Rebecca Morley, you snake. I saw her outside the temple school last night. She's here? In Odin's Ford? Han stared at her. His heart thudded against his ribs so loud it seemed like the other two would hear it. Well, that's where the temple school is, ain't it? Kat drew her brows together. You ain't been seeing her? Han shook his head. No, I didn't even know she was here. Oh. Kat grimaced and dug into her potatoes as if that were the end of that. Han's mind raced. He thought he'd seen Rebecca outside of the stables the day they'd arrived at Odin's Ford. He'd dismissed it because it didn't make sense. You're sure it was her? Kat nodded, chewing. Why was she there? Han asked. Is she going to the temple school? It was possible, though he would have thought she'd go to Southbridge or the cathedral school back home. Kat shook her head. She was wearing a dirtback uniform. She's at Wien House? That's not likely. Though she could be fierce, Rebecca was small and lightweight, not really soldier material. I can't help that, Kat said, scowling. That's what she wore. What was she doing at the temple school? Han asked. Kat shifted in her seat. Well, glad I cheered you up anyways, she said. You don't look so hangdog as before. Kat, she was spying on that Corporal Byrne. Corporal Byrne was here, too? She was spying on him. What was he doing? Kat gave up. Corporal Byrne has been walking out with Anna Maya. You met her, remember? At the temple school? He's been coming by regular, twice a week. They never do anything but hold hands, all formal-like. She rolled her eyes as if to say, what's the point? So, I'm coming up the walk to the dormitory, and I see somebody crawling behind the shrubbery. Peering in the parlor window. I look through the window and see Corporal Byrne sitting with Anna Maya. And the girlie was Rebecca, spying on them. The Corporal Byrne from Southbridge, right? That's the only one I know. Han couldn't picture that Corporal Byrne cheating on Rebecca, or keeping two girlies on the line. Did you say anything to her? Anna Maya? Rebecca. Just asked what she was doing there, and like that. Kat didn't meet Han's eyes. Well, Han said impatiently, what did she say? Ray, he said, I can't stand this. Come out and talk to me. I can't right now, she said, keeping her voice steady and light. I'm studying. Ray, he said again, and she knew he was resting his forehead against the door. Please, you're my best friend. And you're mine, but I just can't do this right now, all right? A sob somehow lodged in her throat, and she couldn't speak. So she sat, fists clenched, breathing deeply, until he went away. Early solstice eve, the common room was filled with talk of plans for the parties that would be going on that evening, culminating in fireworks. Aemon, it seemed, would be watching from the temple close with Annamaya. He puttered about in the next room, pretending not to listen as the others tried to talk Raysa into going out.
"Come with us," Talia urged. "Pearlie is meeting us over on Bridge Street. We'll have dinner and stake out a good place to watch the fireworks." "You've been working like a slave all term," Hallie added. "I'm leaving for home tomorrow, so it'll be our only chance to go out together."
Hallie was the only Grey Wolf who would be traveling home during the solstice break. Although the travel there and back would take longer than the visit, for her it was worth it to spend the holidays with her daughter. Raysa waited until Talia went to the washroom, then pulled Hallie aside.
"Hallie, would you be willing to carry a letter back to the Fells to my mother?" she said quietly. "I've got it mostly written, and I can finish it up and put it on your bed to take with you."
"Well, of course," Hallie said. "But how will I find her? Where does she stay?"
"Lord Averill is friends with her," Raysa said. "If you take it to him, he'll make sure she gets it. And if there's an answer, you can carry it back to me."
Raysa paused.
"But make sure you put it right into his hands, no one else's, all right?"
"I got it," Hallie said, nodding.
"And please don't mention it to anyone else,"
Raysa said. Especially Aemon Byrne, she thought. Hallie shrugged. "If that's the way you want it. Now, what about dinner? I know you're not one to go to taverns, but it's a holiday after all." Raysa shook her head.
"Thank you for asking, but I'm going to eat in the dining hall, do some reading, then go to bed early."
She yawned extravagantly. "If I'm still awake at midnight, I'll walk out into the quad and watch from there."
"We'll stay, then, and have dinner with you here," Talia said. "We can keep you company. Maybe you'll change your mind about the fireworks." "No," Raysa snapped. "I'm fine. Please don't ruin your plans because of me."
She looked up. Aemon stood in the doorway, his gray eyes shadow dark with pain. And so they left, with many backward looks, but no more attempts to sway her. Raysa walked over to the nearly empty dining hall. For once there was plenty of meat, and also spun sugar cakes and solstice cookies, iced to look like little suns. She walked back to Grindle and recopied her letter to Queen Mariana. After leaving it on Hallie's bed, she spread her books out on the table in the common room and opened A Brief History of Warfare in the Seven Realms. Despite the title, it was 800 pages long. Good thing she didn't have to read the long version. She'd no doubt have Tarrant again the next term for recitation in History of Warfare 2, assuming she managed to pass Part 1. It seemed impossible that she should fail a subject that she found so fascinating. She wished Master Askell administered the exams instead of Tarrant. Raysa opened her book and soon lost herself in reading. Several of the chapters on the use of magic in warfare referenced Hanalia, who had used a three-pronged approach after the breaking to fight off pirates, bandits, and invasion from the south. The warrior queen had been an innovator, a risk-taker. Her legacy endured to this day. What kind of legacy would she, Raysa, leave? One of grief and disappointment? Raysa sat back, rubbing her eyes. The dormitory was as quiet as a tomb. Outside, the temple bells bonged out the hour, 9 o'clock. Suddenly, she couldn't bear the notion of sitting alone in her room on this most festive of nights, a night without curfews. We're welcoming a new year, she thought. A time for new opportunities, maybe a night to take a chance. It wouldn't hurt to get some air, she decided, yanking her cloak from the peg on the wall. Once out the door, Raisa turned toward the river. She could hear the music from Bridge Street, where the fireworks would begin in a few hours. Would it be so risky to go just this once? She could find Talia and Hallie and raise a glass, at least. It had been so long since she'd seen fireworks. It was a shame not to spend Hallie's last night with her. As she walked toward the river, she couldn't shake the twitchy feeling that someone was watching her. But when she turned around, she saw no one. There were lots of people in the streets, more and more as she neared the river. There were evergreen boughs tied around lamp-posts, and lanterns hung along the streets to guide the light back into the 7 realms. The temples were brightly illuminated, festooned with glitter net and candles to drive off the dark. Within, the speakers and the temple choirs sang hymns to the Maker and drank from wassail bowls, just like at home. Raisa's spirits lifted a little. As she threaded her way through the narrow, stone-paved streets of the old town, gray wolves loped along on either side of her, yipping and whining as if trying to get her attention. She stopped, looked around, saw nothing, tried to settle her galloping heart. Wolves sometimes meant a turning point. Maybe this solstice night signified new opportunities. Your days of playing games are over, she told herself, trying not to think of Eamon. She couldn't marry, or even be with Eamon Byrne. That path was closed to her. What other path could she take? She could marry outside of the Fells. Tamrin's Leon Tomlin had made it plain he was interested, but to what purpose she didn't know. Liam might be the best marriage option from a political standpoint, but she needed more information to know for sure. It didn't hurt that Liam was younger and handsomer and more appealing than any other princeling she was likely to be matched with. She didn't love him, but he was infinitely preferable to Gerard Montan, who sent shivers down her back. She could do as her mother intended and marry Micah Bayar, which would precipitate a cascade of consequences, possibly including war with the clans. But she was stronger than her mother, more obstinate. The magical tethers put in place by the speakers might protect her. A union between the Grey line and the Wizard Council would be potent. The Guard and the army would remain loyal to the Queen. Probably. She could marry clan royalty, as her mother had. That would please the clans and infuriate the Wizard Council. It would reinforce the third leg of Grey Wolf power. Reed Demon Eye was a possibility, and there were likely candidates at some of the other camps. Hannah hadn't married for love. No one ever heard anything about the consort she'd married after the breaking. She'd focused on saving her queendom. It was an example to follow. Raisa was in such a fog of strategizing that she nearly ran smack into a brick wall. She looked around, realizing that the music had slowed Tarrant's reactions. She knew she should just run away, but she couldn't help herself. All the anger and frustration of the past weeks came due. She drew her knife and pressed it into Tarrant's throat. "When they told you about northern women, did they mention that they carry knives?" she said. Tarrant shook his head, carefully. "No," he whispered. "You touch me again, you arrogant Ardenine swine, and I swear on the blood of Hannah the warrior, I will gild you. Do you understand?" Tarrant nodded violently, sweat beading on his forehead. Raisa backed away from him, turned, and ran down the alley toward the street. Someone was standing in the entry of the alleyway, a tall figure silhouetted against the streetlights. Raisa's heart sank. Was this one of Tarrant's Ardenine cronies come to pitch in? "Get out of my way," she warned, striding forward, "or you'll get the same treatment as him." "Including the gilding?" he said in Felsian. "I've heard of thieves dropping a glove, but that's severe." Fear turned to confusion. He was Felsian, not Ardenine. Dropping a glove? He made a chopping motion at his wrist. "The Queen's peculiar justice makes it hard for a thief to earn a living any other way." Recognition shivered over her. She squinted into the darkness. "Who are you?" "Me? I'd never cross a northern girlie. I know all about the knives." His voice was familiar, but his features were still hidden in shadow. "I meant to yank that bacon-faced dirtbag off of you, Rebecca, but I guess you didn't need my help." Her steps slowed to a stop, while her heart accelerated to a pounding cadence. "Alistair?" she whispered. And then, louder, "Alistair, is that you?" "Come out into the high street and see." He took 2 steps back so the light from the lamps washed over his features. She walked forward, out of the alley, raised her head, and looked into a pair of blue eyes she thought she'd never see again. Her heart swelled almost to bursting, and she struggled to breathe, to force air past the lump in her throat. "Blessed Hannah-Leah, it is you," she whispered, her eyes stinging with tears too sudden to prevent. "Hello, Rebecca," Cuffs Alistair said, then rushed to add, "Hey now, don't look so peaked. I ain't a spook, if that's what you're thinking." "But I heard you were dead," Raisa said, almost accusingly. "They found your bloody clothes on the riverbank." Cuffs shrugged. "I needed to get the bluejackets off my back, so I faked it." He smiled, an oddly painful smile. "Guess it worked." Resurrection seemed to suit him. He was dressed more finely than she remembered, not extravagantly, but his clothes looked new, of good quality fabric. They fit him well, revealing a tall, spare frame and broad shoulders under a wool cloak. Last time Raisa had seen him, his hair had been shaggy, dyed a dirty brown, and he'd been wearing clan garb. Now his hair had been recently cut. It glittered like spun gold under the street lights. It was like one of those old romances where the pauper swaps out his rags and becomes a prince. His face was different, too. Last she'd seen him, he'd been bruised and battered from the beating the Queen's Guard had given him. Now she saw he had high cheekbones and a long, straight nose with a little bump on it, as though it had been broken. There were shadows carved into his features that hadn't been there before, a history and an expectation of pain. "What are you doing here?" Raisa asked, her bubbling questions bursting into speech. "I go to school here, same as you." Cuffs looked over her shoulder into the alley. "Let's slide off now, before your friend finds his courage again." He paused, tilting his head. "Or do you want to call the provosts?" He probably wasn't in the habit of calling on the law. Raisa imagined that messy scene, the crowd it would draw, and shook her head. "Then let's go." He directed her left, toward the river, with a hand between her shoulder blades. There was a buzz to his touch, a heat and a tingle, almost like— "Would you like to walk up to Bridge Street?" he asked,
We could tip a cider and talk.
Raisa practically skidded to a halt.
Cuffs looked down at her as if worried he'd overstepped. I mean, unless you got other plans. It's just, I wanted to talk to you. I'd rather not go to Bridge Street, Raisa said. After all that's happened, I don't want to be out among people.
Well then, he said, scraping his fingers through his hair, I could walk you back to Grindle. Alarm bells rang out in her head.
How do you know where I live?
She demanded.
Well, I, followed you from there to here, he said. You were following me?
He raised both hands, looking around the crowded street as if worried about being overheard.
I'll explain. When we talk.
Raisa imagined going back to her dormitory and the prying eyes of the Grey Wolves, not to mention the possibility of encountering Eamon Byrne. Likely no one would return there for hours. Still, there was no guarantee.
I want to talk to you too, but we can't go back to Grindle.
To Raisa's surprise, Cuffs asked no questions.
We could go to my place and use the common room there, he suggested. I stay at Hampton Hall across the bridge. Hampton? I don't know that dormitory. Which quad is it on?
He cleared his throat, but kept his eyes fixed on her face, as if he didn't want to miss anything.
Mistwork House. Mistwork? But that's the School for Wizards.
Her head ached from the banging against the wall. Maybe she'd misunderstood.
A lot has happened,
Cuffs said. Fishing under his cloak, he pulled out a glittering jewel on a chain, a serpent carved from green translucent stone. He closed his hand over it. The stone glowed through his fingers, taking on power. Raisa took an involuntary step back.
You're a wizard?
He nodded, almost apologetically, and quickly tucked the amulet away again.
But how can that be?
Her voice rose, and Cuffs flapped his hands, trying to shush her.
Who sent you here? Raisa demanded. Did you come here to find me?
No, he said.
Like I said, I came here to go to school. It's complicated. I'll explain, but...
He looked around again.
Not in the middle of the street, all right? Well, can't go to Hampton, she blurted, undone by this revelation. I don't want anyone at Mistwork to see me with you.
He flinched, his expression closing tight, and she realized he'd taken it the wrong way. He thought she was ashamed to be seen with him.
I didn't mean it that way, she said, touching his arm. I mean, is there someplace we could go where we could talk in private? She said. Just the two of us?
He raised his eyebrows, studying her face as if to read her meaning in it.
Well, I got a place in the library over on the Mistwork Quad, he said. It's kind of hard to get to, but it's private anyway. In the library?
That seemed safe enough.
But isn't the library closed?
Not to me. He smiled the wicked smile that had charmed her from the start.
But we gotta trust each other. I gotta trust you won't tell anybody about it. And you, well, you'll see.
In order to get there, they'd have to cross forbidden Bridge Street. Maybe it's time to take a risk, she repeated to herself. She looked about, and the wolves were nowhere to be seen.
All right,
she said.
Let's go.
Cuffs watched silently as she pulled her hood over her hair and wound her scarf over her face, though the rain had dwindled. Bridge Street was filled with revelers, many drinking on the street, raising their cups to the return of the sun. Music poured from doorways, and feathered puppets cavorted in impromptu balcony performances. Raisa gazed around, wide-eyed. There was Hanalea the warrior, all in creamy white, slaying the red-plumaged Demon King. Cuffs took Raisa's hand and plowed through the mob, breaking trail for her. Raisa felt the hot sting of wizard power through his fingers. This is a dream, she thought, a solstice dream. They said what you dreamed on solstice always came true. "Hey, Alistair," someone called from a tavern porch. "Who's the girlie? Aren't you going to introduce us?" Cuffs shook his head and kept going. And then they were off the bridge on the Mistwork side, the second time she'd crossed the river since the day she'd arrived. Last time it had led to heartbreak. This time, who knew? Ahead, Raisa could see the bulk of Mistwork Tower, its illuminated clock showing 10 of the night. 2 hours until fireworks. Covered galleries connected the buildings and crisscrossed the quad, protecting students from the torrential southern rains. At the end of the bridge, Cuffs turned down a side street, then a narrower alley. Raisa's apprehension spiraled. "We got to trust each other," he'd said. What if she'd escaped from one jam only to walk into another? One side of the alley was a wall of rough stone. Cuffs paused long enough to tie the hem of his cloak around his hips so it wouldn't tangle his legs. He directed Raisa to do the same. Then he skinned up the side of the building like a cat, disappearing onto the roof. "Hey," she whispered, looking up, blinking against the mist. "What are you—" He leaned over the edge, extending his hands. "Here, give me your hands." She stretched her arms up, standing on tiptoes, trying to extend her small height. Gripping her about the wrists, he yanked her into the air and set her onto the roof beside him, keeping hold of her wrists. Power rippled into her like a potent drink. "You can let go of me now," she whispered, setting her heels and trying to pull free of his grip. "Careful," he whispered. "It's slick from the rain." He tugged her away from the edge and released his hold. "Promise you won't fall and break your neck?" She nodded mutely, rubbing her elbows. He looked south, over a sea of connected roofs. "We can walk the galleries to the library, but you got to walk soft, all right?" She followed him as he trotted confidently to a gallery roof that led to the next building. He ducked down as they crossed the gallery, so as not to be spotted from below, and she mimicked his posture. They crossed the roofline of the next building. Slate tiles rattled a word. He's showing off, Raisa thought, performing wizard tricks. He kept reaching into his shirt and breathing out charms. Where had he learned to do charm casting? Mistwork, of course. Cuffs stood and turned back toward her, seeming not to know what to do next. "Haven't we done this before?" Raisa stripped off her cloak, limp and heavy with water. "Remember, in Ragmarket, you abducted me from Southbridge Temple and dragged me through the rain." "It seems to rain a lot wherever you are," he said. "I was thinking it was you," she said loftily, handing him her cloak. He wrung the extra water out of it and steamed it dry with his hands, then hung it next to his own. It was easier, somehow, to spar with him than to let that loud silence between them build to a crescendo. It had occurred to her that if Cuffs Alistair wasn't trustworthy, coming here had been a really boneheaded move. Cuffs Alistair was a wizard, a gang leader, a thief, a possible killer, and now a wizard. Had he shown any sign of it the last time they'd met? The blood rushed to her face as she recalled every time he'd touched her. He'd wrapped an arm around her and pressed her up against him, his knife at her throat. He'd picked her up and carried her, searched her for weapons.
"People are born wizards," Raisa said. "I never heard of anyone turning into a wizard later on."
She jammed the book back onto the shelf. He just shrugged away the mystery.
"Strange, huh? Please, sit down."
He gestured at the single chair.
"Do you want tea? Might warm you up."
He seemed to be working hard to be a gracious host, displaying his tattery manners.
"Tea sounds good,"
Raisa said, and then, unable to help herself,
"How did you end up here?"
Color stained his cheeks.
"I go to school here, like I said,"
he said, a little defensively.
"How can you afford it?"
Raisa blurted. She was immediately sorry, thinking the question sounded arrogant and nosy. He gazed at her for a long moment, as if debating how to answer, then said,
"I sold my wrist plate. They went for a good price."
He held his wrists out for inspection. The silver cuffs were gone, though the skin underneath still looked raw and unweathered. This surprised her. The cuffs were his trademark. It seemed like he'd hang on to them. He must really be hungry for an education, she thought. He dug into a box in the corner and found a cup, spooned loose tea into it from a tin, heated a pitcher of water between his hands, and poured. He handed it to Raisa.
"You've learned a lot of wizardry already,"
Raisa said, sipping at her tea. It was a smoky upland blend, and she felt a pang of homesickness.
"I'm impressed. You must be a quick study."
Cuffs shrugged the compliment off.
"I've been hard at it. It's all I got to do here. And I have a tutor who's helping me out."
He stopped abruptly and wet his lips. Raisa cast about for something else to say, eager to keep him talking about himself.
"Listen, Cuffs, I was wondering if—"
"I don't go by that name down here," he interrupted.
"Since, the cuffs are gone."
It was a finely crafted gemstone serpent with ruby eyes, its coils layered over gold. The serpent's mouth was open, and it was so detailed that Raisa could see the drops of venom collected at the tips of its fangs.
"Oh!"
Impulsively, she reached for it, and Han yanked it back.
"Better not touch it. It bites,"
he said, sheltering it with his other hand.
"What? Do you mean it... the snake?"
He shook his head.
"It's unpredictable. It's charred a few curious fingers."
Raisa stared at the jinx piece, teasing out a strand of memory.
"I think I've seen it before. Is it a reproduction of an old piece? From before the breaking?"
Han nodded.
"So I'm told."
He slid the amulet back under his shirt. Then, as if to change the subject, he said,
"What are you doing here, if I'm allowed to ask a question?"
That sounded more like his old self. Raisa sneezed, swiping at her nose. The dusty room was getting to her.
"Same as you. I'm going to school. I'm at Wien House."
"Wien House?" Han looked her up and down, skepticism and amusement softening his face. It made him look younger, more like the wild upstart boy she'd met at Southbridge Temple.
"You going to be a blue jacket or Highlander or what?" "Well, no, not really."
Raisa desperately tried to recall which stories she'd already told. She really needed to keep better track of her lies.
"You see, my employer offered to send me here to school if I attended Wien House."
Han's face went flat and hard, his eyes like chips of sapphire.
"Lord Bayard, you mean?"
Raisa practically choked on her tea.
"What?" "Why would they send their tutor to Wien House? The temple school, I'd get that."
Raisa was momentarily lost. Then it came back to her. She'd told Cuffs she worked for the Bayards that night in Ragmarket. Why did Han Cuffs Alistair have to have such a damnably sharp memory? She slid a glance at Han. He stared at her, lips tight together, and his right hand had crept to the blade at his waist, unconsciously, she thought.
"Are you still working for the Bayards, Rebecca?"
he asked, soft and even. Something in his voice made her shiver.
Well, no, not exactly. I'm, trying to better myself, Raisa said. The commander of Lord Bayard's personal guard thought I had potential. He was the one who paid my tuition. He said if I did well, then I'd have a chance to...
She trailed off. Hans seemed distracted, lost in memory.
Why? She asked. Do you know the Bayards?
Han paused for a heartbeat, then said, I'm in class with two of them, at Mistwork, Micah and Fiona. Micah used to be in my dormitory. Hannah Leah in chains, she thought. So they are here. All she needed was for Han to mention to the Bayards that he'd run into their old tutor, Rebecca, or suggest they all meet for a cider on Bridge Street. That seemed unlikely, though. Knowing Micah and Fiona, they would treat a rag market-bred wizard like dung.
Listen, she said, leaning toward him and clasping her hands together. Please, please don't tell them I'm here. It would be awkward, you know? They don't think of me as a peer, exactly.
He blinked at her. Looking puzzled. But you're a blue blood, he said. You talk like them, and you're...
I'm of mixed blood, she broke in. My father was clan, and my mother a Vale dweller. Perhaps you've noticed that the Bayards don't approve of clan folk.
Aye, he said, nodding, his confusion clearing a fraction. I've noticed. Raisa thought. Maybe the key to lying well was telling the truth in a misleading way.
Your turn, she said. You said you followed me?
Well, yes. See, Kat told me she saw you, outside of the temple school. He cleared his throat. She said that you might live in Grindle because, Corporal Byrne did.
Did she now?
Raisa pressed her lips tightly together, feeling the blood boil into her cheeks. What would Kat have told him after seeing Raisa spying on Eamon? So I wanted to find out if it really was you. I watched outside your dormitory and saw everybody else go out. You didn't have anything better to do on Solstice Eve, Raisa thought. Then I saw you leave alone, so I tagged after you.
You stalked me, you mean? That was inappropriate, Alistair. You're lucky I didn't break your finger.
He raised his eyebrows in a way that meant that would never happen. See, I wanted to make contact with you, he said, but I didn't know if I would be welcomed, or how things stood between you and Corporal Byrne.
What does my friendship with Corporal Byrne have anything to do with you?
Raisa said, icily. You want more tea? Han asked, reaching for her cup as if eager to dispel the tension that crackled between them. Their hands collided, and Raisa jerked her cup back, spilling what was left.
I'm sorry, she said. I'm clumsy tonight.
She was acutely aware that they were alone together, continually measuring the space between them. Her eyes kept straying to the snarl of blankets in the corner. What was it about Alistair that got her thinking that way every time they met? The bells in Mistwork Tower bonged. Raisa counted. 11. An hour until fireworks. Han seemed to take it as a signal to get to the meat of the matter. Listen, Rebecca, he said, the reason I followed you was I got a favor to ask. Raisa looked up in surprise to find Han looking down at his hands. Clearly he wasn't used to asking favors of anybody, or getting them when he did.
Well, she said, mystified, I'll certainly... What can I do for you?
I just wondered, would you tutor me?
Tutor you?
She studied his face to see if he might be joking. He looked perfectly serious, but he wouldn't meet her eyes.
"I thought you already had a tutor," she said.
"Right, I do, but there's things I need to know that he doesn't cover."
"But you know I don't know anything about charm casting," she said. "I can't help you with that."
That isn't what I want," he said, fingering his wrist where the cuff had been. Raisa didn't know what else to say that wouldn't be in spit numbers, having spent so much time in the clan markets.
"I've got some books that—"
Han waved his hand impatiently to stop her recitation. "No, I'm good on that lot. Father Jemson gave me a good start, and I get stuffed full of that in class every day."
"Then what could I possibly—"
"Rebecca." Han leaned forward. His eyes were clear and blue as deep-water ice. "I want you to teach me to pass as a blue blood."
"What?"
Raisa stared at him. "I'd pay you," he rushed on. "I have money. You could name your price. And I wouldn't take too much time away from your studies. We could meet a couple of times a week, and you could, give me assignments to do on my own."
"Why would you want to pass as a blue blood?"
Raisa asked.
"I mean, wanted enough to pay for tutoring."
The gang lord stood and paced back and forth. "Are you like your ancestor, Hanalea, whose lust for the wrong man brought down the 7 realms? No, she wouldn't spend her lifetime mimsy-toeing around for fear she'd repeat the mistakes of a millennium ago. There were plenty of new mistakes to be made."
"All right," Raisa said. "If you think it would help, I'll tutor you."
He swung away from the fire and looked at her. "Really? You're serious?" He'd thought I'd refuse, Raisa thought. She nodded. Han smiled then, a bright, charming smile that lit up the room, more dangerous than any blade. All you ever needed was that smile, she thought. I'd have given in immediately. Crossing the room to her, he fished eagerly into his breeches pocket, producing a purse. "How much will you—" Raisa put up a hand.
"I won't charge you for the tutoring,"
she said, remembering Dmitri and the concept of gilden. "But you'll owe me. One day I'll call in the debt." Han stood staring at her for a long moment. "I'd rather just pay you," he said finally. "I don't know if I'll be in a way to repay favors."
"I'll take that chance,"
Raisa said. "What you will do is pay me a 5-penny every time you say aunt and I got to. I'll be rich on that alone before the term is over." "Hey now," Han said, raising both hands in protest. "I ain't going to—" She stuck out her hand and wiggled her fingers.
"A 5-penny, please."
"That's the deal. Take it or leave it." Grumbling half-heartedly, he dug into his purse and produced another Felsian 5-penny coin. He flipped it to her, and she stuck it in her purse. The new 5-penny had Melanie's. Standing behind her, he gripped her around the waist and lifted her high so she could reach the window. Pulling herself up, she slithered through. He leaped, gripped the stone sill, and swung easily through the opening. "This way," he said. He led her around the base of the bell tower to the far side, where the roof slanted down to a joining with one of the wings. He spread his cloak over the rough tiles. Bracing his feet against the flashing, Han leaned back onto the slanted roof so he was lying at a slight angle, looking up at the sky. He patted the spot next to him. "Here." Raisa lay down beside him. Boom! A succession of quick explosions drew their attention skyward. It was the climax of the show, a symphony of sound and light. Then it was over, leaving brilliant images on the insides of Raisa's eyelids and a ringing in her ears. She could feel Han shifting position on the roof beside her, moving closer. She just lay there, unwilling to move, wishing she could just stay up there, avoiding the turmoil of her life below. Finally, she opened her eyes to find him propped up on his elbow again, looking down at her, indecision in his eyes, looking at her lips, to be specific. He wants to kiss me, she realized, but he's thinking about what happened earlier with Tarrant, and he doesn't want to press it.
"Thank you," she said, pushing upright, and the moment passed. "My solstice eve turned out better than I hoped, but I'd better get back."
He stood and helped her up, steadying her on the slippery tiles.
"I'll walk you back and make sure you get in all right."
Before tonight, she would have refused the offer. Despite Micah's presence, Odin's Ford had seemed safe, sequestered from the real world. She'd been wrong. They walked back across the still crowded bridge, lost in their own thoughts. All the way back, she second-guessed her decision to tutor Han Alister. Was it frustration over Eamon that had made her say yes? A desire to do something she knew he wouldn't approve of? First the letter to Queen Mariana, now this. Wouldn't it be better to keep her distance from anyone attached to the Fells? Wouldn't it be better to keep her distance from someone who made her heart race and her tongue tangle up? From someone who made her want to forget the rules? Was there anyone in all of the 7 realms who had more counts against him? Anyone who would be less acceptable to every faction in the Fells than Han Alister? Well, it wasn't like she meant to marry him. At the edge of the Wean House quad, she paused.
"I'm all right now," she said, pointing. "My dormitory is right over there."
"Worried Corporal Byrne will see us?" Han said, tilting his head toward Grindel. Which was exactly what she was worried about.
"Why would you think I'd be worried about that?" she snapped.
"Just a guess."
"You seem to think that there's some kind of thing between us," she said. "I don't know what Cap told you, but whatever it is, it's not true."
"Well," he said, rubbing his chin, "there's definitely a thing. I'm just not sure what kind of thing it is." She huffed out a breath to show him what she thought of that.
"Thank you, Newling Alister, for the tea and the fireworks," she said, inclining her head. "I had a wonderful time. Now, if you'll excuse me."
She strode across the quad toward Grindel, head held high. When she was nearly there, he called after her in a carrying voice.
"See you tomorrow night, Newling Morley."
She swung around.
"What?"
"Tomorrow is Tuesday," he said, bowing at the waist. Then he turned and disappeared into the night. Raisa stood looking after him, a dozen sarcastic responses crowding forward, then dying on her lips. Chapter 24. News from Home. When Raisa splashed up the steps to Grindel Hall and opened the heavy front door, a single light burned in the common room, leaving the corners in shadow. Eamon Byrne sat bolt upright at the library table, an unopened book in front of him. When he saw it was Raisa, he sagged a little, looking relieved.
"Finally," he said.
"Where have you been?
I sent Mick and Talia out looking for you. I was afraid something had happened." "I was watching the fireworks," she said. "I came straight back."
"Fireworks? I thought you were staying in."
Eamon rubbed his forehead with the heel of his hand. "I changed my mind," Raisa said.
She shed her cloak and hung it by the fire. Eamon looked up at the clock on the mantel.
"The fireworks ended an hour ago," he said. "It took you this long to get back?"
"Why are you home already?" Raisa said, annoyed. For the shortest day of the year, this had been one of the longest nights of her life, and it wasn't over yet.
"Did you and Anamaya have a fight, or what?"
"Ray," Eamon said, "don't."
"Well, you're interrogating me."
Guilt always made her short-tempered. Images of Eamon and Han reverberated in her aching head. He sighed. "We had dinner, but I decided not to stay for the fireworks. We were both tired." And he did look tired, and sad. Raisa felt immediate remorse. "There's no curfew tonight, you know," she said more gently. "There were still lots of people on Bridge Street when I walked back." "Bridge Street?" Eamon's eye. Eamon pressed his fingers into his temples again. "I'm dreaming, right? I fell asleep, and this is a nightmare." He went back to the table and sat. "Alistair faked his own murder to get the Queen's Guard off his trail," Raisa said, dropping into the chair opposite Eamon's. "Remember when I thought I saw him over by the stables? That was him." It gave her some satisfaction to say this, after Eamon had persuaded her she'd been mistaken. "He's a student at Mistwork House." Eamon planted both hands on the table. "Mistwork? But what's he—" "Cuffs Alistair is a wizard," Raisa said. "And he's not Cuffs anymore. He sold his silver bracelets to pay for school, so now he goes by Han." Eamon sat thinking, his brow furrowed. "That can't be right. People don't just turn into wizards. He must have been one all along." He looked up at her. "Why would a wizard live in Ragmarket?" Raisa shrugged. "I never saw any sign of wizardry before, and I never felt power leaking through his hands until tonight." At this, Eamon's head came up sharply. "He was touching you?" "If you expect an explanation of that, you're going to be disappointed," Raisa thought. "We watched the fireworks together, and then he walked me back." "Your Highness, forgive me, but are you out of your mind?" Eamon's weariness fell away, replaced by agitation. He rose and paced back and forth. "That is the most boneheaded idea you've— What did you expect me to do? Club him on the head and throw him in the river? He knows me as Rebecca Morley, the name I'm using here. What do you think would arouse the most suspicion, running away or continuing to be who I'm already pretending to be?" "You didn't have to go watch fireworks with him, or let him fondle you." "Fondle?" Raisa raised her eyebrows. "When did I mention fondling?" Eamon stopped pacing and swung around. "Are you doing this to get back at me because of Anamaya? Because if so, you think this is all about you?" Raisa shook her head. "On the contrary, I hope you and Anamaya will be very happy." It would have been much more convincing had she been able to keep her voice from trembling. Someone cleared her throat on the stairs, making them both jump. Raisa looked up. Hallie was standing at the top of the stairs in her nightclothes. "Sorry to intrude," she said, "but you two are terrible loud, and I'm trying to sleep because I have to leave in a couple of hours." "Sorry," Raisa said, her face burning. "I'll be up to bed in a minute." They both stood and watched until Hallie had disappeared again. "You know Alistair's up to something," Eamon muttered, poking viciously at the fire. "He must be. Maybe he followed us here." "Why would he follow us here and then hide out for 4 months?" Raisa asked irritably. "Anyway, why would he follow us here at all?" "He followed you tonight," an annoying voice said inside her head. "He came looking for you." "I don't know," Eamon said. "All I'm saying is that things are getting more and more tangled, and somebody's going to pull a thread, and the whole thing will unravel." He sat down on the edge of the hearth and put his face in his hands. All the anger whooshed out of Raisa, as if somebody had pricked the bubble of her indignation, leaving only pain behind. Raisa sat down next to him, put her hand on his knee, rested her head on his shoulder.
Eamon, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to be gracious about all of this. I really am. I'm just not very good at it. It would be easier if we didn't have to be together all the time, and if we didn't have all this trouble hanging over our heads.
She shivered. The fire had died down, and the room had gone chilly. She just wanted to crawl into a warm bed and sleep.
You should get out of those wet clothes,
Eamon said abruptly, as if his mind had been chasing down its own path.
But I wanted to tell you, there's news from the Fells.
Oh? Both princesses has made their position clear. The nobility are split on the issue of the succession. The tension at court is palpable. This public debate has resulted in an unexpected effect. When word spread that Princess Raisa might be set aside as heir, riots erupted throughout Ragmarket and Southbridge. Because of the Briar Rose ministry, the princess enjoys great support among the common people in the capital, who see her as their champion. The High Wizard these days is the object of widespread suspicion and disdain. He can't go abroad in the streets without an armed escort. Ha, Raisa thought, serves him right. Still, she had no illusions that slum-dwellers could prevail against Gavin Bayar. Funds have continued to flow to the Briar Rose ministry despite the prince for Captain Byrne and the help Avril could provide, help Mariana might not be willing to accept. Raisa had been bemoaning her love life, learning history and playing at war, relishing the independence of being anonymous Rebecca Morley. Meanwhile, her mother and her father and Eden Byrne had been struggling to hold the queendom together. And now she might be at risk of losing her throne.
"This is all my fault," she said, taking a deep, shuddering breath.
"Raisa, come on. It's not," Eamon said, patting her back awkwardly.
"Yes, it is,"
Raisa said, like a small child who won't be comforted.
"I've made a mess of things. I should have stayed."
Shaking off his hand, she stood, staring down at him.
"We should go home,"
Dancer said. He raised an eyebrow. "You're not getting married, are you?" Han shook his head. "I'm taking blue blood lessons from that girlie I told you about, Rebecca Morley." Well, you have the look down. Only tilt back your head and look down your nose." Han complied. "That's it. Perfect. You're a natural." "Must be my Waterloo bloodline." Dancer's blue eyes glinted with amusement. "Now say, copperheads are little more than leeches on the body of society, a necessary evil." Han laughed. "I don't think I can manage. Guess I'm not cut out for this." Dancer shrugged. "The later you arrive." She paused. "This is a business appointment." Han blinked at her. To be honest, being on time had never been a priority before. He'd set his own schedule in Ragmarket. Being street lord meant people and events waited on him. Rough judgment based on the angle of sun and shadow was good enough. Even Jemison wasn't strict about class times. He was just happy when you showed up. "I understand," he said, picking his way carefully. "I apologize. I'll try to be on time in the future."
"You will be on time in the future,"
Rebecca said, sticking her nose in the air and flinging her mop of hair back.
"Or this will be our last tutoring session."
"Where's the girlie from the roof?" Han wanted to ask. The bells bonged 10 times. 2 hours had flown by.
"We'll meet Thursday, then, and I'll expect you to be on time," Rebecca said. "Read chapters 4 to 6. On Thursday, we'll discuss rules of inheritance and classes of nobility, and I'll quiz you on table manners."
"Could I ask a question?" Han said, though he knew he should get on to Bayar Library and Crow.
"Well, we're just about out of time. What is it?"
"What are the rules for walking out?" he asked, rifling the pages of his book. "Is there a chapter on that?"
"What do you mean?"
Rebecca asked, even though Han suspected she understood. "Walking out. You know, courtship, marriage, like that. There have to be rules on that,
Who goes out with who can marry who you can kiss, and how often, and who starts.
He looked straight at her, and her cheeks pinked up.
"Of course there are rules," she said. "There are always rules."
She rose abruptly and curtsied deep, meaning she wasn't about to tell him what they were. He rose too and got off a fair bow.
"Thank you, Rebecca."
Standing Han's jokes. Maybe blue blood humor was different. Crow was funny, in a bitter-edged way. Crow persisted.
"Are you certain that this Rebecca really—"
"She was a tutor for the Bayars," Han said. "Apparently she was good enough for them."
"The Bayars?"
Crow asked, stiffening.
"She works for Airy House?"
"She used to," Han said. "Now she's in school here."
"How do you know she's not a spy?"
Crow asked.
"Or an assassin?"
"I don't know," Han said, "but it's not like I had a flock of applicants." It was easier to ignore them now that they'd moved out of his dormitory. Anyway, Han had his own questions to ask.
"Sometimes, after I return from Edion, I can't seem to wake up," he said. "When I finally do, I'm still exhausted. Is that normal, that it should take that much out of me?"
Crow studied him, eyes narrowed.
"How often does that happen?"
Han shrugged.
"Nearly every time."
Crow rubbed his chin.
"It's possible that the Bayars loaded some kind of hex magic into your amulet before it came to you."
"But it only happens after Edion," Han persisted.
"The other possibility is that it's happening because the magic we're practicing is much more demanding than anything you're doing in class," Crow said. "Either way, the answer is to build up as much magic as you can before you come. That will not only counteract anything the Bayars have done, it will enable you to do the work without draining yourself completely."
That was always Crow's answer. Build up. Illustrations fizzed on the page. It was a magical text, pages of spell work and gestures. The last he remembered, he'd been in Edion with Crow. He'd entered the dream world from the usual place, several floors below where he was now. He scanned the other shelves. Most of the books were charms and spells. One shelf had a collection of journals. Each entry carried a date from the breaking time. Most of those books were clean of dust, and the dust on the floor in front of the shelves had been scuffed up. Someone had been poking through them recently. They all carried the same emblem. Han traced it with his forefinger. A twined serpent and staff poked through an elaborate crown. Must be one of the wizard houses, Han thought. Maybe they donated the books to the library. Whoever had been there seemed to be gone now. Han touched his amulet, allowing what power he had on board to trickle in as he debated the possibilities. Was he sleepwalking? Crazy? Several times before he'd slept over in Bayar Library, but he'd always awakened in the same place. A battered wooden hatch stood open in the floor. Peering down, he saw a metal ladder extending to the level below. Carefully, he descended the ladder, his hand on his amulet. The next floor was more of the same, rows of shelves loaded with ancient books. Another hatch, another metal ladder, and he'd reached familiar ground, the 6th floor of Bayar, where his hiding place was. But how had he ended up on the 8th floor, when he hadn't even known how to get up there until now? Just then, he heard footsteps coming up the stairs from the 5th floor. Han dodged back into the stacks, positioning himself so he could see the stairwell between the shelves. Moments later, someone emerged from the lower floor. It was Fiona Bayar, a carry bag slung over her shoulder. She looked around, her gaze sliding over Han's hidey hole, then crossed to the pull-down ladder to the 7th level. Han swore silently. He hadn't slid it back into place yet. Fiona paused at the foot of the ladder, looking around again, her head cocked, listening. Han kept shut and still. Fiona shrugged, took hold of the ladder, and began to climb. Han knew that what he should do was take this opportunity to pike off before he was noticed, but his curiosity was piqued. What was Fiona Bayard doing so high in the library, skulking around like she didn't want to be seen? Han waited a few moments, then ghosted up the ladder after her. When he cautiously poked his head through the opening on the 7th floor, Fiona was nowhere to be seen. Easing himself through the hatch, he slipped between 2 rows of shelves, heading for the rear of the library.
"What are you doing here?"
Han whirled around, his hand on his useless amulet. Fiona stood between Han and the open hatchway. Her usually pristine clothes were streaked with dust, and she wore a black smudge like a gang sign on her right cheek.
"Studying," he said. "Reading. What else would I do in a library?" "Without notes? Without papers?"
Han looked at his empty hands as if he'd never seen them before.
"I left all that downstairs. Too heavy to carry."
It wasn't his finest hour as a liar. She put her hands on her hips.
"Were you following me?" "Not on purpose," Han said. "I heard a noise, so I came to see what it was." That was better. "What are you doing here?"
He waved his hand at the shelves of moldering books.
"Studying," she mocked. "Reading. What else?"
Han wasn't going back to his crib, not with her there. So he turned to the shelf behind him and pretended to scan the titles. He watched her from the corner of his eye in case she made a move on him. Not that he'd be able to defend himself, depleted as he was. He hoped she couldn't tell. She stepped in close.
"Tithe records for the cathedral church?"
Fiona was reading over his shoulder. He could feel her breath on the back of his neck.
"Do you mind?"
Han said. "You're bothering me."
"Alistair,"
Fiona said softly,
"why is Dean Abelard protecting you?"
Han turned around and ended up nearly nose to nose with her, his back against the shelf.
"What makes you think she's protecting me?" "Micah said she told him to leave you alone," Fiona said.
"Maybe she's just doing her job," Han said. "You know, keeping students from killing each other."
"Micah and I don't agree on everything,"
Fiona said, fingering her amulet.
"Our interests don't always coincide."
She paused, as if considering whether to go on.
"Have you ever thought that it might make sense for us to work together?"
"Us?" Han repeated. "You mean you and me?" Fiona nodded.
"No,"
Han said, too astonished to lie. "I've never thought that would make sense."
"You're different. I've always been the better student. I've always been more focused. Micah's always distracted by his latest conquest. I think with my head, not with my—"
"Why are you telling me this?" Han interrupted. "I'd think you'd keep shut about it. We're not exactly friends."
"We could be,"
Fiona whispered.
"We could be very good friends."
She pulled him toward her and kissed him, her lips sizzling against his, her hands tangling themselves in his hair.
"We could help each other, you and I,"
she murmured, pressing into him. Han gripped her shoulders and pushed back from her. "You still didn't answer my question," he said. "Why me? Why not Lovelorn? Why not Will?"
"I don't know."
Fiona cleared her throat, her eyes still fixed south of his nose.
"There's just something about you, something so irresistibly dangerous."
She tried to move in again, but Han planted both hands on her shoulders, keeping her at arm's length. "Something about me," Han said. "Something irresistibly dangerous?" Letting go of Fiona's shoulder, He closed his hand on his amulet and dangled it in front of her eyes.
"This, maybe?"
She stared at it for a long moment.
"Well," she admitted grudgingly, "that's part of it, but not all of it." "Who do you think I am?" Hans said, sliding the serpent pendant under his shirt. "Some country-bred nick-ninny on a city weekend? You'll have to do better than that."
"I have information about the amulet," Fiona said in a rush. "Information you need. The amulet is the key. It's more important than you know, but it's also dangerous. That's why my father wants it back so badly. I can help you take full advantage of it."
"I don't need your help."
"Really?" Fiona said skeptically. "You're saying that Chapter 26. Dangerous Dancing. The spring term was well underway, and Hallie still hadn't returned from the Fells. "It's a long way to Fells March," Raisa told herself. "Even longer in these unsettled times." Maybe Hallie had decided not to come back to school. Maybe, after seeing her daughter, she couldn't bring herself to leave again.
"Why isn't there any place for children here?"
she asked Damon one day, as they worked out with their staffs.
"What?"
He parried her quick jab to his middle and swung his staff at her head. She ducked, and it whistled past her ear. While he was off balance, she penetrated his defenses and gave him a good smack on the rump. Raisa was glad they still had this time together. It was a relatively safe way to work off the tension between them. She just had to be careful not to hit too hard.
"You mean classes?"
he panted, spinning around and bringing up his staff to block her next blow. She slammed her staff across his and felt the vibration clear up her arms.
"Well, yes, and a place for students to live with their children."
"Don't you think that would be a distraction?" Eamon asked. He swept his staff low, nearly knocking her off her feet.
"Don't you think it's even more distracting to be missing your child?"
"Cadets are supposed to bond with each other," Eamon said. "Would that happen if they were caring for a family?"
"I don't think we can ignore the fact that some students have families,"
Raisa said.
"If Hallie's daughter were here, she wouldn't have traveled home on her own."
Mopping sweat from her face, she held up her hand to signal the end of the bout.
"The temple school could offer classes for them, like Southbridge does, but there's no housing for them in the city."
Eamon said.
"Well, if you want to pursue it, start with Master Askell. He's on the governance council for the academy."
The spring term was easier academically than the one before. Raisa didn't have proficient Tarrant to deal with, for one thing. Tarrant had left the academy entirely, and nobody seemed sorry to see him go. Infantry drilling had been replaced with horsemanship, in which Raisa excelled. She enjoyed riding Switcher, who'd grown fat and lazy last term. She liked getting out into the countryside again, even if it was flat. Askell was a rare visitor to her classes these days, and so she had to make an appointment to speak with him about her idea regarding family housing.
"Sit down, Newling Morley,"
Askell said, when his orderly ushered her into his office.
"Be at ease. Would you like tea?"
He gestured at the teapot on its little burner.
"No, sir," she said. "Thank you. It won't take long."
She felt different, more confident than she'd been the last time. Both times she'd come as a supplicant. But now she felt like she had some footing, like she didn't need to apologize for her presence. She'd achieved high marks in all her classes, save Tarrant's. That class she'd failed. As if he'd read her mind, Askell said,
"If you are here about your marks in history of warfare, that record has been amended."
"Oh," Raisa said, surprised.
"I'm not here for that reason, but thank you, sir."
"Why are you here, then?" Raisa explained her idea and the reasons for it. Askell frowned. "It has never been done before, and
change, and time may fade the day. The roots of my soul will never drift away. They'll anchor me in love, they'll carry me through all. For the roots of my soul are my eternal call. The roots of my soul, in the earth I find my place. In the heartbeat of the land, in the warmth of love's embrace. Through the storms and through the years, they'll always be my guide. The roots of my soul keep me close, no matter how far I hide. So when the world may change, and the night seems dark and cold, I'll find my peace in the roots of my soul, in the stories untold.
In the early morning light, as the dew begins to fade, the gentle hum of nature in the stillness softly played. The cows graze lazily under the open sky, while the wind carries secrets where the wildflowers lie. Whispers of the pasture where the heart feels free, echoes of the moments that are woven into me. Every blade of grass sings a song of days gone by, in the embrace of the meadow under the vast blue sky. The brook babbles softly as it dances over stone. Each ripple tells a story of the love that we have known. In the shade of the oak tree, I hear the laughter ring of childhood dreams and memories of the joy that they bring.